Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome. I know we have like 30 seconds because a girl doesn't have a countdown, so I'm going to give it a minute. How are you this morning, Paco? Thank you for joining.
Good. I just woke up and then I saw you were going live, and I'm like, okay, let me force myself to read.
That is exactly what's going to be happening tonight with Nell's sprints. Look at that. We have a Neva. I will be forcing myself to read when Nell's sprints come by. These sprints are for me to do the things I have been putting off for a week.
I was supposed to be going to Nell sprints today, but they called me into work, so I go at 2, which is like my time, an hour before Nell's start.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Hello, Neva. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hello.
Morning for you still.
Yeah, it's morning for me still. It's 11, but I'm gonna be real. I did not sleep well last night. So have I just rolled out of the bed? Yes, I have. Which is
good. You're good. That's valid.
I'll make coffee at some point. We'll be fine. I need to read That Sick Love. I need to read that today because yesterday I did not really read that book because Brittany and I were reading Daydream.
I am aware.
And that was my entire day. We didn't even finish, but we did read like 300 of the 430 pages. And we're going to finish it tomorrow. So sorry to everyone in advance because I'm going to be insufferable.
Entire personality. Okay. So that's what you're working on. Oh, any more?
Yeah, I need to work on that for this Gilmore Girls vlog, or there's not going to be
a Gilmore Girls vlog
for that.
Okay.
It'll have to go 2 weeks if I don't finish this book.
You got this. Paco, this is your first This is your first time on my channel. Would you like to introduce yourself a little bit and let us know what you are working on or planning to do today? Oop, hold on. Is that me that's frozen or is that Paco? It could be both. Either or.
I think it's Paco.
Oh no. Okay. I will let y'all know what I am working on today while we wait for that to resolve. Internet be internet, and we gotta love it.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah,
Could you hear, or did it fully freeze on your end?
It froze. Screens went black, and I'm back.
Yeah, that's a story of my life. I will do that at least 5 times during these sprints. No one panic. Did you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your channel and what you're going to be working on today?
Sure, I guess. Paco from Bad Witch Books. I mainly read like fantasy, YA, and romantasy kind of vibes.
Beautiful.
I post videos every Friday. I like to talk shit. And I will be either reading The Witch and the Vampire, which is my book club pick this month, but I haven't really been reading physically, or I might start Ruthless Vows because it fits something for the witches.
Nice. I haven't gotten to that one yet. Probably will now that everything is done. So, been waiting. I am going to be working on my work certifications because I have to get those done by the end of the month, and I haven't started for any of the companies I represent. So that's great. I realized that it was September 11th, and I was like, oh, I'm not certified for anybody if I want to sell next year. And then I also I'll be going back and forth between that and finalizing some information that I need to get set up for Fablin. So I'm going to be making so many graphics this month. It's fine.
I can imagine.
Yeah. I'm like, oh no. And then I'm volunteering to like give people extra information. I was like, why the DM needs to take a back seat right now. Oh shit. We'll fix my camera in a minute because I made the mistake of fiddling. Actually, no, I have to fix this now. I will be right back, guys. Give me a
So, I don't know if you said what you're reading. What are you reading?
Yeah, I'm reading That Sick Love by Jessie Hall.
Oh, okay.
It's like a dark romance, stalker vibes. Lots of religious trauma.
Okay.
Like this book is what I wanted Haunting Adeline to be, maybe without the religious trauma, because there isn't really in that book. But like the level of darkness in this book was what I wanted Haunting Adeline to be, and Haunting Adeline was very disappointing for me. I did not enjoy that book. I made it 60%, and then we had to DNF because it just was not the vibe.
Not it.
I mean, Aoife yelled at me for saying that Haunting Adeline wasn't dark enough, so it's fine.
I mean, I've heard of some of the content that is in there, and I'm just like, damn, man.
My biggest issue with Haunting Adeline was it felt like QAnon fan fiction to me.
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I mean, there are politics in this book. Okay, inherently, books are political. So, like, I expect there to be politics in every book at first of some degree. You know what I mean? But it was like the whole storyline. The premise was that the main male character, while being a stalker and essaying the main character for all intents and purposes, was also working underground to save people in trafficking, and he was trying to rescue them from higher ups, politicians, priests, whatever. And it felt very like QAnon to me. And Natalie from Weirdo Book Club said the same thing, so I don't feel like it's just me that
because you're both right. Like, based on what Natalie said, they are using the MAGA definition of trafficking, which looks nothing like what actual human trafficking is.
Yeah, and this book has like religious trauma. Like it takes place mostly in a church and a private like Christian school, right? And like there's a lot of quoting of the Bible and things like that in this book.
Yeah.
So like this book is inherently political and religious, and the higher ups in the church and therefore also in the political scene of this town are all corrupt. I expect that. But when it's so like blatantly like
pushing an agenda,
relax. You know what I mean?
It smells.
Like when I can read it and I'm like, this looks like you just took headlines from news articles. Like, please stop.
Like, how did I get on Reddit?
Right.
Oh my god, yeah. Did not sign up to be on 4chan. Yeah. So.
Exactly.
Perfect. Let us say hello to everyone real quick. Let us know in the comments what you guys are up to. Rally says hi. Hi there, Rally. I will put this on in case I'm still awake when it starts. I love it. Hello. Ooh, Neva got 30 pages into Pucking Around. We'll probably pass that anytime now.
Listen, I love everyone that reads Pucking Around, even if you don't like it. Even if you tell me when you finish, or if you don't finish and you DNF it, even if you say, you know what, this book was not for me. I just appreciate that people want to read a book that I love so much, because I'm
like that with Percy Jackson.
Oh, love Percy Jackson. I'm the opposite. If I love a book and you read it and you didn't like it, don't tell me. I don't need to know because I'm gonna judge you. No.
Some books I am like that. This one and Magnolia Parks are like my two exceptions. Don't come to me with icebreaker hate. I don't want to hear it. Okay? Thank you. But Pucking Around, because it is almost 800 pages worth of a hockey romance, and Magnolia Parks, because I am very much aware that unless you are a person who loved like Gossip Girl, and I don't mean like the fluffy parts, I mean like Blair and Chuck, you're not going to enjoy the toxicity that is Magnolia Parks. So
there were fluffy parts in Gossip Girl? Where?
I mean, not really, but you know what I'm saying. Like, but I'm aware that those two books may not be for everyone, so I'm willing to hear you out.
Yeah.
With those two books. But a lot of books, I'm like, I'm not willing to hear you out, so
I
hate
think,
it.
Hear you.
Yeah. For almost all of the books I like, there are like I can see the reason someone might not like them or might not be like into the book. I can also see like the invalid excuse reasons that people will use to like downplay a book or say it's bad when it's like Okay, we know what's going on here, buddy. We know why you don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Like this isn't a personal preference. This is a bias that you've got going on there. Right. So like Percy Jackson, I love it. It is not a perfect work, and I know that for a fact. Like
I'm buying my brother this special, whatever Barnes and Noble did, the special edition with like the illustrations and shit on the inside.
Oh yeah, the illustrated edition.
Yeah, it's like $32. I asked him if he wanted it, and he was like, "Is it the whole series?" And I was like, "I think it's just the first book, at least for now." I was like, "Hopefully they'll come up with the whole series," but he was like, "Yeah,
I think
I would love it."
What they did with HP, also F-Turfs, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I think that the how they've been coming out with illustrated editions for each book. I think that's what they're doing with that.
That's what I hope, because I would buy him.
I don't know. See, here's my thing: is I don't know, because the Lightning Thief, the illustrated edition that came out pre-pandemic. Like it came out in 2018, 2019. That's like 6 or 7 years. I don't know. I think they were trying to capitalize on what they saw going on in the Turfling universe.
Maybe
but
that it's coming. Yeah, because they might.
Because Ari has
all they expected.
Ari has 3 of the illustrated editions of those books, but I bought them secondhand.
Yeah,
because I wasn't willing to put money in the author's pocket, but she wanted them because she saw them at Target. And that was the whole thing, was she saw them at Target and she wanted them, and I said, okay, well, let me see if mommy can find them somewhere else. And then I was able to find the first 3 at half price books. So I've just been like looking to see if I can find them used, but I'm not willing to buy them new.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, I don't know that they are. I feel like the response to the Lightning Thief illustrated edition was not what they were expecting, and so I have this sinking, and I would love to be proved wrong about this. I have this sinking feeling that they
won't bring the rest of them out. But I told them I did the first one.
So Gilmore Girls blog, fun, love it. Here is the thing: is my this particular laptop has decided that the actual camera that came with it does not exist. It decided that, I mean, almost from the jump. So I have to use an external camera, and for whatever reason, this particular camera or port or something that I am using is extremely finicky. So if I look at it wrong, it cuts my camera completely. So that's what happens.
Listen, I'm sure my brother will forget that I'm going to be on live stream today, and he'll come up here. He'll start playing World of Warcraft, and then I'll freeze. My shit will go out, and it'll be like, there was a problem.
He'll come out and he'll let us know another celebrity has died.
I just want everyone to know that off camera I did yell at him for that, because I was like, listen, dude. And he was like, I was just trying to let you know. And I was like, cool. But also, like, I was live streaming, and he was like, oh. And I was like, yeah, so you just ruined everyone's day.
Oh, I was not going to say something about that until you're like, wait, what did you say? And I was like, this is what happened.
Well, that's why I found out. I heard him yell. That was the thing, is I heard him yell, and a lot of times he's screaming like obscenities at his computer, okay? Because he's autist, and he also plays video games. And so it's a lot of like F your mother type thing. And so a lot of times, even if I'm the one hosting, I'll randomly
go mute
and then yell at him to shut the hell up. And I thought that's what was happening. So, but I just didn't. So I said, what? And I just didn't like mute fast enough for like the whole world to not hear. And then my dad came out like 3 hours later and was like, James Earl Jones died. And I was like, yeah.
It was sad news, but it's not like it's the end of the world for him telling it. Like I wouldn't feel too bad about it. Like,
he's one of those, like, he was 93. That's impressive. Right.
It was, and he had a long life.
He had a very nice long life. He had an amazing career. And it was it's one of those that, like, yeah, it's sad, but like it was coming eventually. It's not something that was like sudden or anything. You know what I mean? Or not sudden, but like,
right. It wasn't Robin Williams.
Yeah, it wasn't Robin Williams. It wasn't, is it Chester Bennington that was like Linkin Park? Yeah, it wasn't that.
Miller. Like, yeah.
It wasn't that. Jess says hello, starting my last day of work in Minnesota. It's going to be an emotional day. Oh my goodness. Renee is eating dinner, just potatoes and chickpeas. Very nice. Okay, we've got someone reading The Foxglove King. Hello, Robin. Set to this print. Love it. Love it. I appreciate your phone doing that. Reading a Norwegian book about racism in Norway. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. I assume that it is in Norwegian, and so there is no English translation available at this time. Hey there, Cool Gamer. Hey, Christy. Reading The Diamond Eye and Alice in Borderland. Robin is reading Remember Her Name, 21st book in her Josie Quinn series. Hello, Prince.
Hey, princess.
Not the turtling. Yeah, you know what? I spend a lot of time on Twitter, if you couldn't tell. Just kind of go and I scroll. Okay, so how do we feel about hour-long sprints?
I'm down with whatever you want.
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. You know, I try and make sure that, you know, it works for everybody's plans. You're welcome. Yeah, Norwegian author book from last year, so no English ed available yet. Hour is good. Good. Yeah, that gives me enough time to be productive, but also not so much that I will get distracted too much.
I mean, my channel is usually hour-long sprints, except because now I'm doing Monday morning at 8 a.m. That first sprint is usually, I tell people, like, the first sprint's going to be an hour and a half, so I can, like, get my life together.
We'll try to be less funny than Princess. No promises. We'll try to be less funny. Okay. So we'll do hour-long sprints. Sometimes I like to do 45 when I have people, but like we need to be productive today. So, or at least I do. So
yeah, I do too. I was supposed to be at 50% of this book Monday before we had a day of daydream yesterday. And I'm at 25%. But it's fine.
This is my disapproving mom face.
I know, it's fine.
I have no children. Hey, Cherie, welcome. All right, we got some people repping for Team Humans. We'll do the team roll call in the next during the next chatty bit is what we'll do.
Oh, I guess I could put my team underneath my name, couldn't I?
You could. I didn't want to like figure out how to put what I was doing into like a concise format, and I'm not sure what book I'm going to be reading, so that's what we did. I was just like, Paco's got the right idea. All right, let us do that. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. everyone. Let us know how you did in the comments. How did we all do that sprint?
I got about how far did I get? I got like an hour and 5 minutes into Ruthless Vows, so
Nice. How is it compared to like the first one?
it's good. I mean, there's a character that I can't stand from the first one. The brother.
Yeah.
We would have to fight so many different times. Like, he made me so mad in the first one, and he's making me mad at the second. He's making me mad in the second one.
If I remember correctly, he's just like a complete douche canoe in the first one. Like, bro. I hated him. But okay, very nice. Neva, how did you do?
I made it to 20%, which when I calculated, I'm going off of like Kindle pages here because I don't have the physical book of this book. It says I read 25 pages.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's great. It's going wonderfully, I guess. I don't know. Here's the thing. When I read dark romance and I say that I'm enjoying it, I feel like there's something inherently wrong with me. But I mean, I'm truly enjoying this.
Okay.
So maybe that means something in me is broken, and that's fine.
I mean, what we enjoy does not always necessarily equal what we think is okay to do in real life.
I mean, if some man did to me what Arrow just did to Bryony in real life, I would bite his member off. But in a book, you know what I mean? It's great.
Like restraining order.
Yeah, I would be like straight to prison, sir. But I mean, in a book, it's great.
I managed to actually get out of my pajamas in that sprint. And also, I finally vacuumed because my mom left for some errands. And I was like, oh, okay, now is the perfect time to vacuum without her, like, hovering over my shoulder, nitpicking everything. So, anyways, let's check in. I think we can. Oh, there you are. You're back. I was like, I think we can hear you, Paco, but I don't know if we can see you.
My computer didn't have any issues with sprinting yesterday, so it's making up for lost time today. But now I was putting in my, I have my physical copy, my Fairy Loot edition. I was putting in where I'm at in the audiobook in the physical edition.
Beautiful. Cherie chimed in right as we went to the next sprint that I am determined to finish 2 books today, someday maybe, and Margot's got money problems. Very nice. We have a Jean working but having on the TV. Only 5 pages left of my book.
Love that for
Courtney
you.
hopped in. Hi there. I know what I'm saying. Hello, it's Aniva. What up? I'm reading The Bullet That Missed by Richard Osman. Dinner in the Oven and finally not a billion degrees anymore, so we're back. I've heard a couple of people talking about over in the European quadrant that temperatures are going down finally.
Love that for y'all.
I know. I'm like, I'm here in Florida, so cool.
Yeah. No, I'm in Cali, so
yeah.
Like, ugh.
I was in California. We went in at the beginning of August, and I feel like the only difference between y'all's weather and our weather is you guys aren't as muggy.
Yeah, we're dry.
Yeah, so it was very funny because we're driving to our Airbnb, and I was like, all of the palm trees in the heat, it doesn't even feel like I left Florida, man.
Yeah. No, it's less crazy, I'll say, than Florida. Yeah. But the heat, I mean, you're lucky because you came in August. July, we were like 100 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Was the low.
Yeah.
Was like the low temperature.
We mostly stayed inside. So, but it was hot. Not as hot as Utah in July. That was an experience. But still, probably would not have been making great choices if we decided to go hiking in California, which we did.
I think
not.
It depends where, though, in Cali. Because you're right by the coast, it's a lot cooler.
Yep.
I'm in the valley, so.
Yeah, so you don't have that nice sea breeze to cool things down. Samira is between 2 books, The Wife Upstairs and Freeing Luca. Just got a little bit done in each of them.
Nice.
A little bit wrong with me too. We've got some laundry and 33% of Song of Silver Flame Like Night. I remember reading that. That was an interesting book. I read that for the Goodreads project last year. You reading Wanted by A.M. Wilson on my laptop for my pulpit. Very nice. We got 9%.
Ooh, I enjoy salt cooking.
Yeah, it's still hot in the afternoon in Virginia, but it's cooler in the morning/night. Yeah. We've gotten to the point where if it is anywhere after 9 a.m. and before like 1 a.m., it's hot and muggy here. It's not great, but you live with what you got. Got like 7 books from my library. Only 3 had prologues. Okay. Weather here is the same. Yeah. My brother's up in Maryland, and he complains every time he comes down here. Hello, we have a Brianna. A couple summers ago, I went on a family trip to Las Vegas, and it was hot like Satan's.
Yeah, like, I know Vegas gets over
there.
Nevada gets hot. It's like what, the desert?
Yeah. That's all in the same kind of desert area with Utah, and Arizona. Had to think which 4 states are in that square.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I don't recommend hiking in the desert in July. But you can't stop old white men.
Where in California were you visiting?
We visited, like, I want to say it was near, Brianna, correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say it was near Anaheim.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact address of our Airbnb, but we were there for Steaming LitCon. So we got to see like 0.5% of the touristy trap that is around that area, and we spent most of our time in the hotel.
That's good.
Hello, Christina.
I'm like North Cali, so I'm like, when people say California, I'm like, that's so big.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it's so funny how like there are several states. There's California, there's Texas, there's Florida, where people are like, yeah, I've been there. Have you been? And it's like, bro, you gotta tell me where, because there's 12 hours of state for you to go through. So yes, okay, we were near Disney, because I remember Disney being there. We did not have Disney money, so we did not go. White men are my family is outdoorsy, me not so much. I don't mind hiking and all of that, and I wasn't terribly bothered, but taking 2 people over 70 out hiking in the desert in Utah is definitely a choice, especially when one of them has had knee surgery.
You cannot pay me to actively be like, let's go hiking.
Yeah, no.
That is just not, that's not my ministry.
No, I like going places outdoors and like sitting there in the shade and enjoying the outdoors. There were a couple of places that like there were pull-offs and you could just kind of look at the vistas. That's my cup of tea. But someone had to babysit one of the parents while the other sibling babysat the other parent. So, anyways, we're just like, we'll swap off making sure mom and dad don't die. All right. Shall we go into another sprint? Awesome. What are we? I am going to try. We're going to eat the frog on this, and I'm going to try and work on my certifications first, and then I will do the fun things that I need to do for Readathon stuff. So, do you guys have any specific goals, or just chill and reading?
I might eat this sprint because I have to start thinking about what to do, because I know it's like 10 o'clock. So probably either, depending on the time we get back from I'm probably going to head out around 12 or 1.
Okay.
Or 1. My time. It's like 10 now, but because I do have to start getting ready for work eventually.
Yeah, totally get that. Well, let's do, I think we'll be able, this will be an hour sprint, so I think we'll be able to get you in one more sprint, because that'll end around 11:30, I think.
Yeah.
For you.
Probably by the time the next one starts, I will, not this, then we start.
Yep.
Pop out.
That works. All right, let me go ahead. We're going to add the timer back, and we will be going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. trying to figure out how to return myself, and I almost removed myself. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do in that sprint? Okay. Cool. Give me just a second. That's where we start. No, that's not where we started. Hold on. There's where we started. All right. Welcome. Awesome. I made lunch and got like 4 pages of what I needed to get through done.
That's good. Out of how many pages?
I believe like 20 something.
Oh, okay.
So it's like it's like a jillion slides. Just so many slides that I have to get through, but I always like print out they also give you a transcript, so I print it out and I highlight and make my notes on all of that. Eva is having computer issues. So she will be back when she can. How did you do in that sprint, Paco?
I took a nap. I nap sprinted. I took a nap sprint.
Sometimes you need a good nap sprint. I mean,
yeah,
truly.
It was needed, especially the dog wanted to lay down, and I was like, okay, we can lay down.
The dog wants to lay down. How are you supposed to resist that? Yeah. You can't. You have to give in. Nice. Let's see. We had a couple of people come in. Let us know how everyone else did. Hey, welcome back, Courtney. We have a Rachel. Hey there. Cool Gamer is back. Love it. Rope, you're here. And you made it like well before the last sprint. I love it. Rope continually catches me at the very last sprint of my sprinting session. But we're here for a bit today. So, okay. Started The Bone Witch by Rin Chapeko, now on chapter 3.
Okay. I read that one. I didn't continue with the trilogy.
I think it might have, I want to say it has like 4 or 5 books.
I swore it was a trilogy.
Or it might be a trilogy. Okay, sorry. I thought you said we weren't sure if that one was a trilogy. Hold on.
I'm like 88% sure of the trilogy, but I mean, I could be wrong.
We're going to go with that. I believe you.
Because I see the covers in my head.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, trilogies are where it's at, honestly. I love, like, sometimes you can get me with a really good long series, and, like, I'm invested, I'm there, but I feel like it's easier to commit to a trilogy, you know?
Yeah. No, I love a good trilogy. I hate that we're in duology's era right now. In a duology era, and I'm like, okay. But...
And it's never the trilogies that could have been a duology. It's always the duologies that needed to be a trilogy.
Yeah.
So, like, I've definitely read some books where I'm like, you needed more book for this last book.
For a lot of duologies, I've either read this needed to be a trilogy or this could have been one book.
One book. What was it? There's a series out there that I'm like, the first 2 books could have been one, but that's not how it worked out.
But speaking of long series, one of my favorite, because me and my friends came up with all the prompts for the bingo board, and one of my favorite prompts I think I really like is the Evil Queen. Her prompt is start the first book in a long series.
That's mean. I love it.
Because I'm like, that's fun because, the first villain, and then also I know a lot of people have a lot of like they want to get to Wheel of Time, they want to start this, but they're nervous, so that's a prompt for that to do.
Yeah, and it's funny. I'm out here talking about talking shit on long series when like one of my favorite series has 9 books in it.
What series?
The Expanse by James S.A. Corey. Yeah. That one's nice, though, because the way they do their story, you can read the first 2 books, and if you don't like the first 2 books, that will wrap up one arc of what's going on in their world, and you can walk away. Like, everything is wrapped up pretty nicely. You can just do away. But, yeah, like, long series are always scary, because, like, what if you don't like them? 5 books in, they do something dumb.
I don't know. I miss having a long series to like, because I think since Throne of Glass, I haven't really read a really big long series. So I miss having that, like
you love that feeling of there's another book coming,
yeah,
or with this world, these characters,
yeah.
but it's so hard to find series like that, right?
Yeah, like I can name a bunch of great trilogies though. So I love me some trilogies.
Okay, Christine is confirming that yes, that is a good,
Okay.
it is a trilogy. Beautiful. Julie did the most adulty thing ever and got laundry done. Also switched to a reread of The Raven Boys.
Ooh, okay.
Nice. My laundry is currently in the process of becoming sentient, I think. So I should probably get that done soon. It's been there a while. Margaret returned Pokeball beam noises. Yeah. I went to, oh no, I don't need to remove myself. Let's see, putting some laundry away and got to 26% of freeing Luca.
Okay.
Okay, I like interconnected standalones because you don't need to read them all at one time.
Fun. Those could be fun. I've read some good ones like that.
Yeah, that's always fun too, especially like with romance because you get to see like peeks into what the other characters' lives are, but like it doesn't spoil anything if you already know how it ends because it's a series where the ending is they're getting together.
Yeah, it's a romance. Like they're gonna most likely end up together because it's like
yeah. What was it? I read the Wedding Crasher is the second book, and like we see the main characters from the first series in that one, and we get to see like what they're up to. But if I remember correctly, it didn't really go into to what happened with them. I was like, this is like the perfect amount of them to what we're doing in this first book.
Yeah.
So, I'm probably just going to read ADHD 2.0 by Dr. Halloween or Hallowell, since novels haven't liked me very much this month or in August for that matter. I want to say that's Dr. Edward Hallowell. Is it Edward or James? I know his last name is something like Hallowell. So
I think charmed when I hear Hallowell. So
hold on. Now I'm bugged about this is going to annoy me, so I have to. Yes, Dr. Edward Hallowell. He is like one of the foremost scholars on ADHD. So, yes, trilogy. It has a pretty cover, but the one I got from the library is really dark purple, almost black. Are you talking about the Bone Witch? That tracks. That makes sense. Love that. Yep. Hallowell, I think charmed too. Yep, that happens. Okay. I like the Rishi/Dimple verse for that reason. You could read those books in any order and say, hey, it's blank from the last book I read. How have you been? Yes. That's such a good series too. Speaking of trilogies that are arguably technically a quartet.
Oh yeah. Or one thing that I've been noticing a lot is you get a trilogy and then they'll do like a spin-off series.
Yeah.
And, like this could have been a whole series.
Yeah. That's the way that the Dimple verse is because books 1, 3, and 4 all have recurring characters in them. And then book 2 it's in the same universe and I think set at the same school, but like that character doesn't interact with anyone in the first book, and I don't think the third. I think you see her in the fourth book, but not in the Like it's very. I haven't read the fourth book yet, but it's very interesting how they did that. I was going to argue for a good duology series, but I realized it had a third book.
I'm trying to think of a good duology that I've read recently.
I
feel like I'm trying to. I mean, there's some good ones out there. Love Like Magic was good.
Yeah, I think one that I liked was Cat Cho's Wicked Fox duology, but it was more of a like they're two interconnected standalones kind of thing.
I mean, my favorite author, Eden Thomas, Sunbear Trials and Celestial Monsters was great.
Yeah.
Like that was a great duology.
Okay. Yeah, I love Aiden on Twitter.
Yeah. I went to the book signing for Celestial Monsters last week.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Yeah, that was fun.
Nice. That's always good when you have a fun time at a signing. I always like am nervous about that. Like, is this going to be someone who's an okay public speaker, or are they being forced to like sit at the table and talk to people?
I'm glad because where I'm at, usually I have to like go to the Bay for book signings, but this last year they've had like Bridget Kamar came, Alexander Bracken.
Oh.
Adeline Grace,
Mm-hmm.
and then Allison Saft came, but I didn't go to that one because of work. Like, so we're getting a lot more like authors are coming to this area, which I'm loving.
Very nice. Occasionally we will get people that come to either Orlando or, if I'm very unlucky, Coral Gables. I'm actually going down to Coral Gables in 2 weeks to see Allie Carter because she's going to be down. This is the first time she's been in Florida since I had the ability to go see her. Because like before it would have been like a whole day off of work and all that stuff. And it's just like, but now I can take my job with me anywhere.
No, that's lucky. I have to call out. I do have this. It's like, I call it my author journal. So it's a signature book, basically.
Oh, very nice. That's cool.
So I have like, okay, we got Shelby Mahurin. And I try to, like, this is Ansel Montoya, who's a local author.
Okay.
I also go to, like, Y'all West, Stephanie Garber. So yeah, I've got like a bunch of authors to sign it.
That is such a cool idea, though. Like, I know they have those for like when you go to Disney, you have like
the idea. Yeah,
I think that is a fantastic idea for like author signings too, especially if you don't necessarily know if you're going to be keeping their books.
Yeah.
So,
and it's fun. I like going to Y'all West, which is like an author event, so I just get to have to worry about taking every single book I own by that author. I could just.
One of my goals for next year is to either get to Y'all Fest or Y'all West. It'll depend on where they happen in the year.
I know Y'all West is always in Santa Monica. I've gone like 3 years in a row.
Yeah,
I love it. Me and my friend Princess, she booktuber, she was here in the chat earlier. We got a Airbnb this year.
Nice.
And it's a blast. We have fun. It's all free too. Like, the only thing you gotta like pay for is the travel.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to look into that because I know like there's a bunch of different stuff. I'm like, I see people go every year, and this time I'm gonna plan.
Yeah.
Instead of just waiting for somebody to be like, hey, I'm going. Do you want to go with me?
Like, I know Y'all West is usually May, April, like in the spring, and Y'all Fest, which is like in Tennessee, it's in closer to the East Coast.
Yeah, it's I think Tennessee or like South Carolina, usually in that area.
One of those two, and that's like in November. So in the fall.
Okay. Well, I'll look into both of them and maybe I'll hit up both. Who knows? Yeah, the one on Amazon looks blue. Okay, yeah, I know the cover's purple because it's one of the ones that I picked up last year for Amazing Readathon and just never got to because Brianna didn't give me any prompts that matched it.
How dare you?
Very rude of her. I hate when I don't realize there are sequels to books. I don't know. I feel like it depends because sometimes like you read a book and you're like, there's a sequel and it's like the best thing ever. And sometimes you read it and you're like, nah, it just needs to be the first book.
That's how I felt with what is it called? Fourth Wing. Because I read it and I didn't hate it. I was like, okay, this is pretty like average. But I thought it was a duology. And I was like, okay, I could read a sequel. I could read a duology. But then she said, like, oh, I got 5 books planned for this world. I was like, I'm good.
I was going to read the sequel back in when it first came out. And then I just decided it wasn't worth it between like the fact that I wasn't a big fan of the first, like it was okay. And then like some of the stuff that I've seen her say online, I'm just like, there are other books that I'm more excited for. We don't need to read something that I'm going to feel is deeply mediocre. So like, it's not for me. We've got another fan of the Sunbearer Trials. Beautiful. We sort of have Neva back. Neva's chatting, but we'll be back at some point. Okay. I think that's going to bring us into the next sprint. I know, Paco, you've got to head out here in a minute. Is there anything that you want to plug real quick on your channel that came out recently or is going to be coming out soon?
I have a haul that is coming out Friday, like an August haul, and then I have my announcement next Friday for the spectacular announcement. So just keep an eye on those. And then I don't know if I'll be doing any sprints in between here and then.
Here and then, yeah, that's always like, will I be?
Yeah.
What will my life look like?
Because I know
Paco
I
and
work I work like crazy, and I'm going on vacation next week. So.
You gotta. Yep. I feel that. Paco and Neva will both be linked down in the description box. Please check their channels out, and if you like the vibes, make sure you subscribe. All I'm gonna say is, Samira, you can if you're not deeply interested in it, skip it. It's not. I mean, there's plenty of stuff out there to find out what the book was about and how it worked. Let me.
But I'll head out now, so I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you so much for joining. Bye. All right, I am gonna pull up the timer. And we will go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do on that sprint?
I did not read very much. Ryan came home for lunch, so I was reading, and then he showed up. And then today was Ari's early day. They get out an hour early on Wednesdays, so I had to get her from the bus. So I did not do very much reading.
I find it shocking that you would want to talk to your boyfriend instead of read.
I know, right?
I'm scandalized.
Unbelievable. Why did I not just ignore him for his hour that he was home for lunch? You know what I mean? But yeah. But I am going to read if we have another sprint. I don't know if we do, but I'm going to read in the next sprint for sure because Ari is. Well, I do have to film the video that goes up tonight. I meant to do it earlier this morning, but I didn't get up in time. So I'm going to film that. It's already set up on the table so that I can do that because it's a Kindle video collections and it's a what's on my Kindle plus why my collections are the way they are. Because apparently people are interested in why I have collections sorted the way I do.
What's on my Kindle and why am I the way I am?
Right.
That was a distraction sprint.
That's okay. We need those sometimes.
I did get through one page of work. I couldn't even tell you what distracted me at this point. I don't remember. Clearly it was not important. But yeah, we did that. I mean, I know one of the things was the Band-Aid on my foot decided it was going to come off because these Band-Aids I got from Target are shit. So next time you decide to spend $5 on a giant pack of Band-Aids, guys, don't get the Target ones. Go to Walmart. Their fabric Band-Aids actually work.
I buy I don't know what they're called, but they come in like a tin. Welly, I think.
Okay.
And you can get those from Walmart, Target. I think I got mine at Walmart, but like you can buy them from their actual website too. Hold on.
Like,
because I use them in my backpack.
Yeah, usually I'm a generic girly. Like, generics work just as well as the brand names a lot of the time. The only difference really sometimes is taste. But yeah,
so they come in these little tins.
So cute.
So this one is actually Band-Aids and ointments, which is why I have two, because this one actually has like
all of the stuff you need for first aid.
Yeah, it has like hand sanitizer and Band-Aids and
that's a full-on first aid kit there.
Hydrocortisone cream. Like it has all the crap in here that you need, right? So I bought that one, and then I bought this one that's just Band-Aids. I don't have any of the big ones left because my brother messed me up, and I had to give him like because they have like really big ones that are like this.
Yeah,
but they're like divided.
Oh, that's nice.
They have like the divide, like you could take that out, like if you didn't want that piece in there.
I might have to get that just to get the divided tin part.
Yeah, and then they do have like refill packs too, so you can buy like the tin that you like, which comes with its own Band-Aids that match the tin. So like all of the Band-Aids in here are all like this tie-dye, like different colors, but they're all like a tie-dye pattern. And then you can go and you can buy the refill packs. They give you like, I don't know, they give you like 80 or 100 Band-Aids all in various sizes. And then you can pick like whatever print you want.
Nice.
But I put these in my backpack because that's what I carry a lot is my backpack. And then if somebody needs a Band-Aid, like they're right there. But they're in the pins.
It's funny because I'm about to take a picture of me like, Target, this says stays on 24 hours. This is not my experience.
Right.
So, anyways, Amal says, I'm loving Bridesmaid Undercover. And it has a prologue, second book so far. Very nice. I keep almost telling y'all what the specific thing for the book that I need to read is for vampires. But, well, I was like, oh, but that tells people things you should not know about my team.
Right.
So I can't, like, all I can say is that I can't read Dowry of Blood now, which is annoying. So, anyways, about my previous comment, immediately took a nap. Now I will read. Aoife, you are a fucking mood. Love it.
It really is, dude.
Chantel says, hi, y'all. I'm reading The Fellowship of Librarians and Dragons. Give me All right, we are taking a Goodreads break so I can put this on my Goodreads TBR.
Oh, I also am trying to update my Goodreads because I guess people have been adding me on Goodreads, and I feel bad because it's not. So I started doing this last night, and I like hyper fixated on it for like 2 hours. And I was like, I'm gonna save every book on my Storygraph from 2022. That was stupid. I don't know why I fucking thought I would do that. I've read 100 books a year, over 100 books a year since 2022. What am I thinking? So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do like the 89 books that I have for 2023 or 2024.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna update all of the books that I have for 2024 that have not auto updated, because if I read on my Kindle,
it auto updates.
Puts it on my Goodreads for me. So I've been going through and doing that. That way, that is at least up to date.
Up to date.
So
I am
used very well, but
terrible about. I haven't updated my Goodreads since we were doing the 30 and 30 project.
That's rude. I'm really good about updating my Storygraph. I'm not good about updating my Goodreads.
My Storygraph is at least updated through 30 and 30. Not much further.
So my Storygraph is how I keep track. I mean, I know a lot of people do it where they like your percentage, like you put your percentage in every day on Goodreads. The reason I don't do that is because it's not as easy to find like the reading journal type thing like it is on Storygraph. Like on Storygraph, I can update and then I can hit the reading journal button and then it shows me all of the entries every time I update. And so I can go through and I can look at like exactly how many pages I read during a certain reading session.
Yeah.
And it's not
That's
as easy.
Why I need Bookly to automatically update to my Goodreads is what I need.
Yeah.
I need it to automatically link to Goodreads.
Truthfully, if everything could just link to each other.
Or Storygraph. I'll take that.
If everything could just link to each other, that would be great. You know what I mean?
But as far as I am aware, you cannot do that. As far as I am aware.
I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
You can transfer your Goodreads information to your Storygraph.
Yes, you can. The thing is if I can have this auto update to my Goodreads or to my Storygraph, then that only leaves one that I need to worry about updating, because I like Bookly because it keeps track of how many pages I've read. Right. And like things like there are literal like the timer and all of that stuff. I like having those when I want to use them.
That's why I like Bookly too, but I always forget to use it. So my goal for 2025 is to utilize Bookly.
Start practicing now. Get in the habit now. I did a bit of reading on both The Wife Upstairs and Freeing Luca. The Wife Upstairs is good, but I'm kind of bored of it right now. So here's the thing. I am not a Wuthering. No, I'm wrong. That's Jane Eyre. That is Jane Eyre.
I actually did like this book, and Jane Eyre is my favorite classic.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that's Jane Eyre inspired, I will read because it's my favorite classic. But I do find that Rachel Hawkins is kind of a hit or miss author for me, because I really liked this book and I really liked Reckless Girls. Not a lot of people liked Reckless Girls. I liked it.
Isn't that Lord of the Flies?
I think, yeah, it's very Lord of the Flies-esque, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very much like trapped on an abandoned island and people die. And the Wife Upstairs I did find to be a little bit boring in certain parts.
It really so I gave Wife Upstairs 4 stars. I liked it. I think the thing that got me was reading The Wife Upstairs. These are all flawed characters, and that's not necessarily an issue because you can root for flawed characters, but like the entire book I'm like, there is quite literally I have no one I am rooting for in this book, and I would like to be rooting for someone.
Yeah, I also like to be rooting for somebody.
And then the point of view that we get towards the end, like just the fact that we've gone through all of this story and then we just stop to go over a whole bunch of stuff that we've already gone through, it murdered the momentum. I feel like that if that had been spaced out throughout the novel a little more, it would have been better.
Right.
I understand it probably would have had some stuff on the twist, but I wish that the pacing had been a little bit better, but I liked what she did with it. I thought the ending was very interesting, like how she handled it. Not the way I like my Jane Eyre to end, but almost done dinner. Maybe I can read soon. Next sprint, I'll take a break and eat lunch. Love it. I got distracted by television. I also did some crochet. Okay. Hey, John. I'm reading number 4. I am number 4, and I'm confused. If you've read it, maybe you can help me out. Is this book supposedly written by the bat? Okay, so I am not. The answer is no. And I can't get into why the answer is no, because that will spoil things. But no, it's written. There are some. You'll see when you get to the end or towards the end to the last bit. But there are some other factors that our main character does not know and affect the decisions he makes, and how he views things. I have not read that book, but yep. Back to chapter 6. I have the same Band-Aid box. Hello, Kale. I said that because the author has the same name as the bad guy. Oh, okay. Right, because it's Pittacus lore. I think that might have been what he was doing, because I do believe that the author used a pseudonym for that. So I do not know. Maybe he named himself after the bad guy. Definitely misread that though. Have you read Salt and Broom? I have not.
Salt and Broom is on my TBR because I know it's a Jane Eyre inspired story.
Okay.
I do need to read it. I just have to find where I can fit it. I don't know. I have a lot of... So people voted for Vlogoween to come back, which I did the first year that I was on BookTube. Last year I couldn't do it because my life exploded. So it didn't happen. Yeah. But I'm going to bring it back this year. And so I've already been planning out like what I'm going to be doing. And I don't think I have any other retellings or like inspired by books I need to read in October, unless Brittany wants to read Bonded by Thorns, but I don't know when she is reading that yet. But I can probably fit it in somewhere for Vlogoween. I know the first video for Vlogoween is my friends give me weird smut for a week. Inspired by Danny from Danny Dapper.
I am going to do some research, and I am going to find weirder smut than what I gave you.
Okay. Whatever.
I mean, we also have Pushing Cushions that we were going to do a whole thing for.
I mean, I will say that whatever books I get, I'm putting them on a spinner wheel because I don't want to be... I will read the one that Danny gave me because that's the reason that this video is even a thing. But the rest of them are just going to all go on a spinner wheel. I'm just going to spin the wheel because I don't want to have to pick or like make people feel bad. And I'll do more than one installment. Like if I don't get to all the books, like if people, because I also put a question box in my story and a couple people gave me books from there. And so if there's too many books, then what I can read in a week's time, which they're all short, so they might not be, then I'll do like a part 2 at some point also.
Fantastic.
Because why not? I'll read. I mean, you can give me weird shit. I'll read it.
Listen, currently, if something does well on your channel, you should, or brings you joy, absolutely do a part 2. Like I'm going to be doing the trying Animorphs a part 2 because that is the most searched video on my channel. My reading like Jan vlog did really well last year. And so I might do another one of those because I actually did like all the books that I picked. Jan.
Yeah, because that's
Jan still have it.
That's how I read Dowry of Blood.
Yeah.
Because it was in that vlog. And it was a book that I had wanted to read, but I didn't think I'd like it. And then I give it 5 stars. So
love it. Alicia just got the kiddos from school and is now taking it easy. Kind of cold, not feeling well. That's not fun. Boo, hiss, tomato, tomato, tomato. Go away, cold. Have you read I have not read The Passage by Justin Cronin.
Nope.
I liked a book by Rachel Hawkins, The Other Woman, Wife, something like that, so I want to give this another chance. I mean, from what I understand, her books, she's an author that's able to write very different books because she has the Hex Hall series, which I fucking love. It's amazing. If you like YA fantasy, witchy YA fantasy, read it. Don't watch it. There's nothing to watch. Read it. She also has like the X Hex and the Kiss Curse and all of that, which is another witchy type fantasy, but it's adult. And then she has these retellings.
I like the X Hex. I did like it. I did not love the audiobook, but I did read it with my eyes, and I did like it reading it with my eyes.
Very nice. Very nice. Jean's got one more meeting and then is done. Then I can finish my 5 pages of Namesake. Very nice. And love the Passage by Justin Cronin. Love it. I don't need these tabs open. These can go away. They're distracting. All right. It is very funny how I can have like as many tabs open as I want right up until the point where I start sprinting. And then I'm like, no, too many.
And mine, I have them grouped.
Mm-hmm.
The individual tabs that are labeled. So like I have a sprints tab. The ones that are open right now. I have sprints, reading trackers, and readathons.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as they're all collapsed except the one that I'm on, that's fine. But if like the readathon tab was just open and it was distracting, so I closed it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can see the label. I just can't see what is under the label.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. All right, let us do one more sprint. We're going to do 1 more hour, and then I'll probably do a shorter one so that we can get all the way to 6 o'clock to get to Nell.
Yep.
But, okay. How does this work? My brain just fully went blank. Was like, I don't know how to work this. Okay, there we go. All right, we'll be going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do in that sprint? Give me just a moment. Oh, you know what Margaret forgot to do? Why am I talking in third person? You know what I forgot to do? Stop laughing at me.
I do the same. I'm only laughing because I do the same thing.
We forgot to set up, and I'm doing this now because I know I could do this later, but I'm going to do this now because that's not it. Where is? I know I've got it. There it is. Okay. I'm doing this now because otherwise I will forget. I forgot to set up the redirect to Nell, but it is set up now. Her sprints are always linked down my Wednesday sprints description box. But yeah. Okay, so how did that sprint go for us?
Well, I didn't read, but I did get my video filmed.
Beautiful. That's
so as soon as we get off here, it's gonna be a little bit late, probably. So sorry. It's probably gonna be like a little bit late, but because I try to get videos up by 5. Another thing that I have to but I don't think it's gonna go. It'll probably be after 5 before it goes up, like 5 my time. So I have that done, and so as soon as we get off of sprints, then I will upload. And I do have to flip it around in post because the way that I have to film, it's gonna be upside down if I don't.
Yeah.
So I have to do that in post, and then add my intro and outro graphics, and then it's done, and it'll be live sometime tonight.
Very nice.
But I did not read, but I did get the video done. So
that's awesome, though.
6
That's so cool, though. You know what? And that's extra productive. I feel like video editing is even more productive than like reading a book half the time. Or not editing, video filming is even more productive because that's so much work in there.
Right.
So, I said that was going to be a nap sprint, and I did take a nice little like 20-minute nap, and then I got up and I did another couple of pages that I needed on this stuff I needed to do. It might go into the evening. I'm starting to think. I'm like, I might have to push this into later in the evening, but I've also got other things I have to do today. So I don't know how that's going to work out. But let's see. Okay, that's where I stopped. Okay. Samira said maybe it's just this book, but I'll probably give her fantasy books a try. Yeah, very nice. Got it for Amazon First Reads. I don't remember which one it was. John says, by the way, I tried to read Scythe and had to DNF it. I love Stephen King, but Scythe is way too dark for me, which is weird. I did not know he'd written a Scythe. Interesting.
I didn't either. The Scythe I'm thinking of isn't written by Stephen King.
Yeah, it's Neil Shusterman. Hold on. Let's see. I mean, it could have been one that he wrote a really long time ago. Okay, so it does come up on... Yeah, I'm only pulling up... It might be one that's out of print now. I know he's pulled a couple of his books from print.
Could be, yeah.
Because he felt that they got... Like, I know for a fact he pulled the school shooting one off of print. Because he's like, I can't... And this is one of the things... He's like, I feel I'm partially responsible for this, and I cannot feel that way. Like, I cannot have my work out there if I feel I'm partially so responsible for things that are actually happening.
And I feel like it's responsible to pull books if you feel like they've not aged well, or they don't, they're not.
If they don't
society anymore.
Yeah, if they don't, especially if they don't, like, you believe differently now, and you want to pull that, like, I feel like that's a valid response.
Yeah.
Especially if it's something that, like, was not an issue when you first wrote it that you were aware of. So, because school shootings were not the same kind of issue that they were, I think, because it was written in the 70s, they were not the same kind of issue then as they are now.
And I think it also depends on how you write a school shooting book, too. Mm-hmm. Because, like, 19 Minutes is a school shooting book. It's by Jodi Picoult. And in my opinion, that one, I mean, I feel like all books that were written in the past probably have something that didn't carry over well. But as far as like the actual subject matter of it, if I remember correctly, I have it on my Kindle, but if I remember correctly, that was a book that was told from multiple point of view. So it was told from like a student's point of view, a teacher's point of view, a parent's point of view, and maybe the shooter's point of view. But it was told in such a way that I don't feel like it aged super badly.
Yeah. Well, like, and I think that's part of the issue with whichever, I think it's a short, I believe it's Rage. It's a short story that was part of 4 in a bind up he did. Specifically, that one was from the point of view of the school shooter. Okay. Oh, okay. So No Scythe is written by Neil Shusterman, but I'm saying this side makes King feel like an easy read. Okay, I understand that. I've read some of Scythe. I never ended up finishing it. Because like I started it and then had to put it down, and then by the time I was ready to get back to it, the final book had come out, and no one liked the final book, and so that kind of killed the excitement for me.
Maybe it's just me, and I'm like broken on the inside. I read Scythe, and I don't remember. I mean, it was a dark book because it's like supposed to be, but I just don't remember it being.
Neva, you're currently reading a book because you want to be traumatized.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It could just be me. Okay, it could be. I just don't remember it being.
I think that what like
darker than King. I just don't remember that.
I feel like Shusterman, that specific book, the Scythe trilogy, I think especially Scythe, that first book, from what I remember, is one that can hit people differently depending on like their life experiences and their feelings when it comes to death and killing and all of that. So like I can totally understand that being one that's like maybe not for me.
Totally fair.
So
honestly, that's totally fair because listen, the book that I'm reading right now, I honestly I would not even suggest it to anyone that doesn't read like truly dark romance. Like the stuff that's happening in
there. To Natalie. Tell her Margaret sent you.
I'll be like, hello, you have replied to my comments before, and I would love for you to read this book. Honestly, I am like enjoying it. It feels like it's going to be a 5-star book, but that tells me that I feel like she's going to. Here's the thing. I am not even going to lie to you. This is like sort of funny to admit out loud because I haven't actually told anybody this. So everyone is welcome for this. Because I watched so many of her videos where she, I mean, basically shits on dark romance, which is fine.
Yeah.
Like, she's not shitting on the genre. She's just shitting on like the writing. Okay.
The specific things that they're talking about. Yeah.
She uses these 2 voices, like one for a male character and one for a female character. And now every time I read dark romance, I read the voices in those voices.
Oh my god.
And I didn't realize that I was doing it until the other day when I started this book. And I had to like actually make myself not read his voice in that voice that she uses. Like I could hear it in my head as I was reading the book.
Oh my god. I know exactly which voices you're talking about too.
Yeah.
Like it's funny because she picks fun at stuff like the weird MAGA obsession that is in Haunting Adult. Like that's the stuff she's picking fun at. Like the stuff that's like, what, this doesn't make sense.
Like yeah. Like why did you choose to do this?
Yeah. Versus like this could be cool, but let's Christina did not do much that sprint, and it needs to start supper soon. I did get to chapter 7. Very nice. Very nice. You know what? Sometimes that's how you make progress. That is exactly how you make progress every time. 1 chapter at a time. That's typically how reading works. I don't know why I thought it worked differently for like 30 seconds there. Sadia says, started a Dowry of Blood. Speaking of, John made it to chapter 11 of I Am Number 4. It is so much fun, so much better than Scythe. I don't have the hatred for YA that most people do. I feel like there are 2 types of people that will shit on YA. Or not shit on YA, but like that do not like YA. There are people who have grown past that point in their life, and they need books that specifically typically relate to them to fully relate to the character. And then there are people who look down on YA and think of it as a lesser anything written for YA audiences or for middle grade audience, for anything written for children. They see that as something lesser, you know?
Yeah, and then like, you have me, who personally, I love YA. Like I use YA a lot for palette cleansers and stuff. If I need something that hits a prompt or a specific thing that I want to read, I will pick up a YA book a lot of the times. And especially like if I need like I do this with YA fantasy and YA romance the most, I think, because YA romance for the most part is pretty closed door, or it's like kissing and that's it. So if I just need a romance that's like quick but like also not really with any spice, I'll pick up YA. But also YA fantasy tends to be a bit more digestible than adult fantasy. So if I'm wanting, because there's plenty of times where I want to read a fantasy, but I don't want to have to think about it. And then I pick up YA fantasy because it's kind of not, I don't want to say dumbed down because that's not right, but it's just not
but they're very like YA fantasy really does a good job a lot of the time of keeping in mind that this might be the first fantasy someone picks up, right? And so like later books may get more into fantasy as a genre. Like a good example of this is Leigh Bardugo's work. The Shadow and Bone series is a fantastic first introduction to people for fantasy. And then when you get into Six of Crows, that's a lot more, that's what's known as a crossover. In the same way that like A Darker Shade of Magic is an adult series that's a crossover series. That's like it's written for an adult audience, but it's accessible to teen audiences and vice versa, like with Six of Crows. I like YA, like I love YA fantasy. YA fantasy just like sometimes I do question some of the stuff they're doing, but I do enjoy YA fantasy because it's fantasy and I love fantasy and I'm here for all of it. And then I like YA contemporary, and this is gonna be funny, but like specifically because I feel like YA contemporary gives me access to experiences that I missed out on as a teen. Does that make sense? Like there's a lot of healing of my inner child that happens when I read YA fantasy. And it's also nice for when I'm feeling super ace and don't want to have sex scenes in my romance.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I know that there is an assumption, because I've asked y'all for assumptions before. There is an assumption that people have that like all I read is spicy romance. I just don't always know how to talk about YA romance because it's not like technically written for me. So I'd feel weird like critiquing it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I absolutely like love a YA romance like Fake Dates and Mooncakes, I absolutely love that book. Like I suggest that book to everyone as long as like male romance doesn't bother you, I guess. But it's like two teenage boys. Like
you don't deserve that if that's the case.
Right. But there's no smut in that book at all. Like there's no spice, no smut, no nothing. Like I think it takes until like 70% for them to even do more than like hold hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was just like such a wholesome, like cute book.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or like Instructions for Dancing is YA. And it's not until like the very end, I think 60 or 70% in, there is like implied sexual encounter, but it's between the two characters that we've been following the entire time, and it's like in the future, like we time jump a little bit, and that's when it happens, but it's implied, like there's no, like it's very closed doors, like it's very much like we did this thing and then we move on.
I feel like for me when I'm looking at YA, especially like what did I need as a kid, like in that time of my life. And then the dark spots on my hand, by the way, guys, is my fountain pen hating me. I am not bruised. These are not bruises. These are not cuts. My fountain pen just likes to explode on me randomly without me noticing. But like, what did I need as a kid? And like, how do I feel it would hit with kids like now? Like, is this like, especially one of the reasons that I love Libba Bray's Diviner series is because it has, and this is a weird thing to say, it has one of my favorite sex scenes in a series. And it's not really a sex scene. The thing I love about it, because it doesn't go into detail, but the thing I love about it is that it so effortlessly shows a male character being cool with the female character changing her mind. And like just being cool about that. And the way that's like, you just feel so seen in that scene. Like that's something that every woman in every age wants to see, wants to feel. They want a partner that is willing to be as understanding and accepting and willing to like turn their libido down.
Yeah, and I do feel like YA romance also gives a lot of good lessons in consent.
Yes. Too. And that's primarily what, like, when I'm reading through those scenes, that's primarily what I'm, okay, how does this handle consent? How does this handle boundaries? How does this, like, I'm looking at the more analytical stuff for that. So okay. Seraphim says I finished Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. Nice. I loved that book. Gaming not going well. Read a little more in
I don't even know what the fuck he's yelling about.
I yell that stuff over just dropping things that are entirely my fault. So understandable. A little more read a little more and hooked on characters and pucking around. This is getting fun. Rally's enjoying it, Neva.
Things on. Honestly, the only character that ever really annoyed me in pucking around was Jake. I just felt like he cried a lot. But this was also like before I read Icebreaker, so I wasn't in like my cinnamon roll era.
Oh,
and Jake is definitely like a cinnamon roll.
I think
that I needed to be introduced to a cinnamon roll character that also had a dominant side, and Jake doesn't really have that. Like he's just a cinnamon roll, but ultimately he balances out the other characters, the other male characters, because the other two main characters, one is like very much like somewhere in the middle, like he's very much like a daddy dominant kind of personality, and then the other one is like not a cinnamon roll at all. What am I looking for here? What
the opposite of a cinnamon roll. He's the one that looks like he could kill you and would kill you.
I can't think of what there's a term for it, and I can't think of what the fuck it is. But he like reminded me of like Nox. Like if people have read like the Witsec character or the Witsec books, in Witsec, like you had 4 brothers, right? And then this one girl, because it was like a neighbor brother thing. Okay, so it was her, but then like the 2 twins were like complete opposites. Like one was a cinnamon roll and the other was like not. And then you had the middle brother who was like kind of like in between. And then you had Nox who was like truly not a cinnamon roll at all. And I think I needed to be, but then we got Icebreaker with Nathan and he was like a mix of both. And that's when my cinnamon roll era hit. And then I appreciated Jake more.
Nice. I mean, the best types of cinnamon roll characters are the ones that like they could be that mean macho guy. Like there's every reason that right. they should and they choose to be kind. I freaking That's why I love Eleven's arc as the Doctor so much. Is that like that episode where it's talking about all the pain that you've been through and you still choose to be kind. I love it.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who does not always choose to be kind, but I have very specific people that do not get kindness from me. So 50% in both of Cherie's books, switching to an audio version so I can fold up laundry. That makes sense. I don't like seeing kids trained to kill and doing horrible things and having no repercussions and acting like it's okay. And like there are real world examples of that happening. So like I totally get why that would feel weird. I don't know if there are repercussions later in the series. For
me, I think it depends because we have books like that are dystopian, right? So we have books like The Hunger Games where they're trained to kill each other in order to survive, and then the winner is triumphant. And I feel like it was well written in that because, like, what choice did they have?
Yeah, it was kill or be killed.
Right.
Versus Scythe is not one of those situations.
Right.
And like, I kind of get where the authors are coming from with that, but that's a really, like, it is a very fucked up situation. Let's see. I'm assuming you are talking, Courtney, about like sex scenes. I assume. We may have talked about something else that applies to this, but my brain's not, making connections. Conniptions? My brain is always having a conniption. I liked a book called Jay's Gay Agenda, and it's YA and so wholesome. Yeah, sometimes there are books that help, like, give you an experience that you didn't get as a child, and it just means so much. I feel like you can always learn through a book, even if the characters are younger. Yeah. And also, I think it's part of like taking younger people seriously, because I think there is, especially in the United States, like, there is a certain age above which you are no longer taken seriously, but also a certain age below which you are not taken seriously. And especially with kids below, like, we need to keep in mind that, like, their world is their world. Like, they don't, just because they don't have all the experience you have does not mean that, like, their feelings are not valid. I love a cinnamon roll. I think he might have been different in the novella set before pucking around. Okay. Christina joining me on the laptop is starting to do weird things. Need to be restarted. Leaving you on the TV. Maybe back. We'll see. If you can make it back, awesome. If not, you know what? I'm sure we will see you in Nail's comments. The laptop is starting to do weird things. That sounds like my life some days. I'm so glad I have one that actually works consistently now. So don't forget to yep, we need to go ahead. Oh, okay. I was referring to realism with saying I was okay when the girl shit. Yeah, it was like, there's a scene where, like, they're getting it on, and then she's like, I don't, you know what, I'm not feeling this, and he's like, okay, that's fine. I'm very turned on right now, but that's fine. And he starts making jokes about, like, imagining his grandma. It's great. Like, you can say ghost bubbies, and I will lose my fucking shit every time. And then because he handles it so well, she's like, okay, well, that's kind of a turn on. And, like, he was fully not aiming for that, but he was, like, still got what he wanted because he was just a good guy. Yeah, the difference between the Hunger Games and Scythe is at the end there's a revolution over the government, which is, yeah, that and the situation is very different. Like, the situation is very different in the Hunger Games versus Scythe. Like, we decided people needed to live forever in Scythe, and who thinks that sounds like a good idea? I don't think anyone would want to live forever.
Not me. Like, Tuck Everlasting was enough for me to be like, absolutely not. Thanks so much, though.
I want to live to be a nice, good old age, nice full life, and then I can be taken. Let me go. So,
like, let me accomplish the things I want to accomplish, and then you can just wipe me from the earth. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Let me have a good life, and then let me go. Let me pass in my sleep. That's the ideal way. I just want to go to sleep one day and not wake up. That's what my parents say too. So, okay, we are going to go for a. You know what? I want us to have a little bit of time to go through comments, so we'll go for a motherfucker. Work with me here. Thank you. A 20. You're being feisty today. Okay. There we go. I usually don't have to argue with it when I do hour-long sprints. We're going to go for a 25-minute sprint for this one, I think. And then what we'll do is we'll chat really quickly, and I will get y'all over to Nell's sprints. So where is my timer? I've moved. There we are. Okay, going in 3, 2, 1, let's go. about that, guys. Welcome back. Let us. Hello. Okay. We had to say goodbye to Courtney in that one. And then give me just a second. I'm going to pop. We'll support you guys automatically to Nell's sprints when we go goodbye and go through all the comments real quick. But if it doesn't, there is the link, and the link is also in my description box because I always try to make sure that links are there, are places in case you want to follow along. So let's see. Hey, Mallory. I see people already answered your question, but how did everyone do in that sprint? 2 or 3 page work got done for me. Maybe 2 or 3 pages. I think we're more like 1 or 2 pages got done. But it's we're working. We're making progress. It's happening. So there's that. How'd you do, Neva?
I read like 5 pages.
You know what?
And then I got a notification that like somebody, it's a true crime channel, but a true crime channel that I follow, she hasn't uploaded in like 3 months because she's going through something. I don't know what that is, but something. And so I saw that like she had a new video because I got a notification. So I was like, oh, I have to go watch this because like she's one of my favorites. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, I'll probably read more later tonight anyway. So
nice. I found out one of my friends apparently got an email to go to the VMAs. She discovered she got that email today. Like one of my Swiftie friends found out about that email today. It was hilarious. She's like, then that's on the ADHD. So, okay. John says, I tell you, the bad guy in this story is giving off General Zod vibes, and the planet there kind of reminds. You know what? I can see that. I can definitely, like, if Krypton hadn't been destroyed, I can see that being what happens. That is a very interesting observation. Made it to chapter 12. You are welcome for the sprints. I didn't read it all, but I watched some YouTube. You know what? Sometimes you just need a short sprint. So, Neva, before we go, do you have anything you would like to plug that just came out on your channel or will be coming out?
There will be a Kindle video later tonight because my channel is now Wednesdays on my channel is now Kindle. I don't know what to call it. Okay. I don't have any like cute thing to call it. Kindle Wednesdays. I don't know what to call it.
No, that doesn't work. But
I'm going to come up with something. I'll brainstorm. But I want Wednesday videos they're just kind of sit down videos where we talk about Kindle things. So if there's something specific people want to see on Wednesdays, like let me know because like I only have so many ideas. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really that good at sit down videos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have vlog ideas for years,
for days.
But
so many vlog ideas.
But true, like sit down videos are really hard for me to come up with. So like if people want to see something specific that have to do with Kindles, I'll do it.
I'm so glad Fabelin is happening next month because that at least gives me ideas for sit down videos.
Right.
Although how I'm going to do recommendations videos without hinting at what some of the prompts are, I don't know. I may just be like, these are some books that might work for Fabelin, guys. I'm not telling you how they fit prompts.
I mean, that's what we did with Pick Pong.
Yeah.
With Pick Pong, because we couldn't, like, as hosts, we knew what the prompts were, but we couldn't tell everybody else.
We couldn't tell anybody.
So we were just like, I know that these books will fit, plus they have LGBTQ or BIPOC.
As hosts, speaking of Fabelin, as hosts, you guys will know what one of the prompts is. You won't know where it comes in the story. Well, actually, no, you will not. You will know what one of the prompts could be based on how I'm going to have people do favorites and like recommendations videos. Okay, so it should be fun. Maybe you can do a recommendation at the end of each week. Yeah, I mean, there's something like that. Speaking of videos to plug and Fabelin, I announced that I am doing a readathon in October. It is a D&D inspired competitive readathon that I will be doing. If you like that vibe, go ahead and check out my channel. Also, again, I am Neva is linked down below. Paco is linked down below. Check out their channels, and if you like their vibes, subscribe. And that is going to be it for us. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things. Bye.